Good evening. Welcome to the Monday, October 28th, 2024 Transportation Commission meeting. My name is Enumiduna Bikoya, and I am the Transportation Commission Staff Liaison, and this meeting is being recorded. So please turn off your mics in Teams when you are not speaking. Before we start with any agenda items, are there any citizen comments on matters not on the agenda? Not hearing any, I will turn the meeting over to Mr. Chair with the first agenda item.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. First agenda item is the County Board policy on transforming office buildings in Arlington and related ACZO changes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark McCauley with Arlington Economic Development. I'm the co-lead of the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative and this particular item on the transforming obsolete office buildings in Arlington County. I'm joined tonight virtually by Jane Kim, who works for Arlington Economic Development, as well as Jill Hunger from CPHD, who is also the co-lead, and we'll be running the slide deck presentation. I will have to say I have a 735 across the hallway at C2E, E2, C2E2. I don't think it'll go long, but if I do, Jill will certainly handle any questions that I have after leave. And I apologize in advance if that happens.
Great, thank you. And hoping that you are able to view the slide presentation, the slide deck.
It's not full screen yet, but there it is. Perfect. Thank you.
A moment.
It went back to not full screen, and yeah, there it is. Great. Thank you, Jill. And thank you, members of the Transportation Commission. We're here tonight to talk about a November action by the County Board in two parts. One is a County Board policy that will look at the overarching response to looking at obsolete office inventory in the county. And we'll talk a little bit about that broad policy and looking at different elements and tools. And then a zoning ordinance amendment that looks at one first focus of that policy, which is the adaptive reuse process. And adaptive reuse, as we'll define, but just so you understand going in, is adaptive reuse is essentially what other communities often call conversions, which is basically keeping the building the same, maybe some aesthetic changes, maybe some bump outs, things like that, but not major height or density added. And change of use. And the reason why the zoning ordinance is required is because of today that requires a major site plan amendment, and we are looking to create a more nimble or streamlined process. Not up for a board discussion as is typical, but important to the process. So we put it in this opening chart is the administrative regulations, which include the submittal checklist, how the process will play out, the timing of that process, but also those development standards, the site standards, and the standard site plan conditions that will be reviewed alongside an application, albeit once again, as these projects will be different than major site plan amendments, either new construction or major amendments to buildings, it will be different, but will still obviously reflect the level of specificity needed to review the project's impacts. Next slide. So we look at the overarching policy statement. This policy states that the board has a bold and public policy and regulatory intervention. So really thinking of sort of this is a bold approach. It's meant to be a bold approach as is consistent with what we think is the level of challenge we're facing as a community relative to the office markets and its impacts not only on the economic fabric and the commercial markets themselves, but more importantly to the county, to the fiscal impact and placemaking impact, meaning vacant buildings are not good neighbors, and wanting to repurpose those buildings to more active uses is critical towards maintaining our commercial villages, mixed-use villages. We'll also talk in a little bit about how this establishes as a public priority removal or repurposing of obsolete office supply. So this puts it aligned in the zoning ordinance with things like sustainable green building, affordable housing, transportation elements, civic facilities. This is important, as we'll talk about later, because of the trade-offs required to really incentivize this type of process. And again, the focus of the policy is transforming through a variety of tools the supply of existing obsolete office buildings to more productive uses. And obsolete, as defined throughout the document, is really referencing office buildings that, because of their age, the amenities, the floor plates, the ceiling heights, the location, whatever it is, just are not leasable anymore. And no matter how much the rent drops or how much the landlord tries to get deals, these are just not a very attractive properties and become chronically vacant over time. Next slide. So the policy looks at a number of different elements relative to a consistent goal throughout the policy is streamlining a process, creating a new and clear process where necessary to introduce these tools, looking at things like pared down checklists and focused staff review to streamline the process of review for different types of processes. Concise engagement, this is not no engagement. There's obviously a significant amount of engagement. But as we have talked about the Planning Commission subcommittees, and we'll be talking about the PC next week, there may be a different approach to looking at how we look at the engagement process, and then what the site plan standards and any modifications that we'll get into what modifications may be allowed under this process. So adaptive reuse, once again, is defined as the change in the primary use from office to other use. This is primarily about an interior fit out or conversion. Often people talk about development sites as shovel ready or crane ready. And these projects we call hammer ready, meaning they are mostly interior fit out. But it provides the important change to the primary use through the process. There will be exceptions to the changes that we think are important, and I think the consistent goal that we want for these projects is not just to streamline the change in use, but to allow for an appropriate amount of investment in these buildings that makes it a better project. So just saying just change use, don't change anything else is not helpful. We want to provide a streamlined approach for creative ideas on how to make the site and the building better and better neighbor to its surrounding neighborhood. An important point here is we're not looking to alter previous community benefits or major community benefits. So if there was a park next to the building, this is not a process to amend that park, to change the park, to reuse the park differently. That's a different process. This is really, there may be improvements like replanting of vegetation or trees that have since passed, but I think for the most part, this is not trying to alter the very basic community benefits associated with the previous site plan, just the change in use. And why is this important? The chart to the left, you look at, well, and heart of it, the idea of making obsolete office buildings, having a different path allows another tool for the county to look at these challenged buildings. We know of redevelopment. We know of different types of redevelopment. This is another important tool that's not going to be widespread. It's not going to be every building. It's going to be a handful of buildings that meet the criteria for an investment of this type. But when they do happen, they tend to be much quicker. So we see, for instance, a adaptive reuse project takes 16 to 20 months versus new construction 3 to 4 years. And there's not as much disruption to the neighborhood. You don't see large holes with shut off roads for a long period of time and loud noises. These are generally going to be interior fit out. And it also allows the market to get these to the market quicker. So when there's a market opportunity, they're able to pounce on it quicker. And what this all does for us as a county is that it allows these buildings to repurpose themselves fiscally and in terms of activity much quicker than, say, redevelopment does. Redevelopment is still going to be more important, obviously, and probably still the most typical reaction to obsolete office space, but this is another option. Good. So again, a couple of highlighted points. This is a new process. So in the zoning ordinance we talk about major site plan amendments, minor site plan amendments, and administrative change amendments. This is a fourth option that will be neither of the three, but a new process looked at to provide a streamlined process. We've talked about, the 100-day sort of general rule, but really probably 120, 150 days of streamlined process. A major site plan process can take anywhere from 6 to 9 to 12 months or more. And so this is a significant savings in time and a great incentive for investment. There's also, this will also require county board action. So there was discussions this spring when we had some first public discussions about, well, can this be administrative? Is that an easier pathway? We looked at it. The answer is no, because one, if the site plan process, as you guys know, is the board essentially creates its own little ordinance, and it's really hard to administratively completely change that legislative decision without a further legislative decision. This does not mean a more onerous process. In fact, we think a county board end is often more of a streamlined process because your sort of end date, and there's a process that gets you to that point if the review process is appropriately designed. And finally, the criteria is definitely meant to send guardrails. This is not the repositioning or repurposing of all buildings. This is for obsolete office buildings. We are less interested in defining what obsolete is, because if someone wants to convert their building or adaptively use their building, we want them to have the opportunity. But we want to make sure that these are office buildings and that they're moving office space from the inventory to an alternative use, and that they are also providing that they come from a site plan process. So we're amending a site plan to get to this new site plan. This does not include things like by right projects. That is not because we don't think that may be an important element of a next step, but it is a next step. It's a bit more complicated in terms of unpacking the by right rules. And if anyone asks about Columbia Pike, this does not include form-based code projects, although there are no form-based code approved office buildings. There are certainly some office buildings within form-based code districts, but they're not a form-based code. Next slide. And one of the key things this policy will introduce, and the board will weigh in on abundantly, along with the commissions, is the relationship to existing policies and guidelines. And I think the establishing as a public priority the removal of obsolete office buildings is critical, because it sort of says that in and of itself is a priority. It is a key county goal and policy. With that said, we will continue to look at ways to work within the other county policies to see how much we can get the best project possible. Things like affordable housing, although I think affordable housing is very challenging in these projects, you can imagine, when it goes to resi, because the economics are already a little bit weird. But we do think that what we do see is that for adaptive reuse projects, different types of housing stock is created, larger units, more unique units, because the floor plates are different and not nearly as efficiently designed as new construction. I referenced the 735 meeting I have, which is for the environment, and we'll be talking about what green building standards we'll be applying. Again, I think the incentive here will not be typically as we see with new construction, which is density, but we will look at the best practices and how we can get the best performing energy building. And then certainly of interest, I'm sure, to this commission is commercial and residential parking. We are not setting a new standard for commercial and residential parking, but as you can imagine, a lot of these older site plans were approved so long ago, they're under a completely different expectation of parking. So office buildings that were parked at 1 per 580 or 1 per 780, 750. So often when you transition the use to an alternative use, whether it be residential or hotel is the too typical, you already have a significant unrequired amount of parking that is in the ground, and we're thinking about ways to use that. Next slide. And then in the interest of time, happy to talk about this, but the policy is not just adaptive reuse. We tee up other tools that look at repositioning and redevelopment. So, and in the redevelopment, we'll be looking at over the next year, things like pre-construction switches, which is where a site is sort of entitled or viewed in a sector plan as office, but is not yet constructed. So this is kind of a pre-development switch. We talked about adaptive reuse, obviously, office building repositioning. And this is what we think a near-term issue for next year, where you're not changing the use from office, but you're making significant investments in the office building to make it competitive, to move it from obsolete to highly competitive. And then we'll talk about different types of redevelopment. Adaptive reuse plus is just a little code word for people ask, well, what if I want to add 2 or 3 stories? That is not adaptive reuse under the way we defined it now, but that is a process we want to look into, as well as things like partial redevelopment, which again is redevelopment, but we're seeing a lot of these come in where people say, I'm going to keep the garage, I'm going to keep a podium. That impacts the overall site because the building, the main core of the building is not changing, but you are building new above it. But there may be a different process for that. We'll certainly look at that with our friends in CPHT. And then finally, look at full redevelopment and really look at whether full redevelopment processes are meeting the goals of really recycling these old properties into new active uses. And finally, as you'll see on the circles below, the submittal requirements, review and engagement plans and policies and standards, and the height and density we'll get into a second. We will also be looking, although not nearly as important to us as getting the regulatory framework set up, things like financial incentives and public-private partnerships is also something we'll be looking at. And your colleagues in the Economic Development Commission have raised these issues as well as others. Next slide. So what is the zoning code that's changing? Obviously the purpose of the zoning code, as many of you are probably familiar with, is to implement county policy and land use guidelines. It's meant to be a very focused, sort of very black and white approach to these are what the rules are. And then flexibility is identified where the board can modify. This is meant to establish, as I said, a new category for site plan amendments, the adaptive reuse amendment, which has criteria, findings, and standards, so it stands alone. And therefore, using the structure, it's analogous to other amendment. It's analogous, but the separate definition is not recommended. This is a bit of a zoning sort of technicality, but a lot of times we don't really define what adaptive reuse is, for instance, because it's already embedded in the zoning text itself of how to get there. And again, establishes a public priority from the policy, goes into the ordinance and allows it to develop new ways the board can modify certain elements of a site plan amendment, including density, which we'll get into a second, develops that process, clarifies that adaptive reuse while its own process are really starting from a point of how do we allow rehabilitation or renovation of development and then go from there, because we think that's the closest to then pure redevelopment standard that we have, set of standards that we have. The criteria is meant to set the guardrails, but not unnecessarily exclude opportunities for adaptive reuse of office buildings into alternative uses. Limitations, once again, I've already mentioned. We are not using this as a backdoor to increase height and density, to remove community benefits, to do any of that sort of stuff. This is really about what we've been asked to look at for change of use. This does remove the applicability of the affordable dwelling unit requirements because there's not new density, and it's a base level of density as already approved. This is, once again, similar to what the zoning ordinance already says about renovation and rehabilitation. And then there'll be methods for earning specific types of density, which I'll get to the next slide. So what types of density are we potentially looking at? Some of these are very, very technical aspects of how we approve site plans. So for any given site plan, we may find, for instance, that in a zoning district, a change in use requires a different look at density. And this is when in some of our districts where there is a FAR district for office, and in the same district, it's a units per acre for residential or hotel. And in that case, the unit size of a residential project then defines really how much you can fill out that FAR cap. And sometimes there's not enough density and you have to sort of find density to do things. Sometimes it's not, sometimes the density is too little and it makes conversions a little more difficult. But when there are challenges to finding density, we want this to be an easy process since it's not really new density. It's really just a different use and how the use is used within the building. Same thing with inclusion of previously excluded square footage. So a classic example would be in many of our site plans, we exclude a number of things from GFA, gross floor area, elevator banks being one of them. Well, a residential building does not need the same number of elevator banks as an office building. And so when folks convert or adapt to reuse that building, they often look at that elevator bank and say, how do I use that? Is that a trash chute? Can that be fit into a unit somehow? How do I look at that? And that requires GFA, once again, not a major change to the building that anyone would notice from walking by it or any impact. Then there's some other things that I think that we're really excited about that allows the owner of the property to think creatively about improving the project. Like many of these older office buildings are also not that great with the public realm and with facing the street. So this allows ground floor bump outs, maybe some rethinking of some landscaping, mezzanines, enclosed balconies and terraces. This does not mean we don't like unenclosed balconies, but enclosed balconies are the only ones that require GFA. Looking at rooftop amenities, many of these, once again, older buildings always put the rooftop as mechanical. Now the current trend is to use it as amenity space or green roofs or a combination of thereof. And then facade replacement. Again, we definitely hope some will look at some level of facade replacement. The most likely is almost always windows. In order to change use and get better performance and systems into the building. But if it's a full facade, like changing skin, sometimes that pushes out, let's say 6 inches across the building, all throughout the building. And that's actually GFA that needs to be found. It doesn't make much sense because you can't notice it on the street, but from a zoning standpoint, you need to find it. And then one that we're really excited about and we're going to introduce in this policy and in this zoning ordinance and continue to look at ways that we can get creative with this is when someone goes through the site plan review process and truly has unrequired parking for the new use. How do we allow them to quickly and without additional cost or additional fuss convert that to another use like storage or things that, there are only limited uses that can live underground, but there are enough of them that we think this is a benefit. It's also a benefit to the broader community. And we think it's a broader transportation benefit. I shouldn't tell you guys, I think not having excess parking is always good for sort of allowing that multimodal split to occur. And then these will all be relative to the county board needing to find a number of findings, which is that these density increases are consistent with a change of use, that they reflect the overall reinvestment in the building, and that they enhance the public realm. And then there are a number of design standards that we'll be working on or are working on right now, and will accompany by end of the year the administrative, which is looking at all the elements of a site plan that we review. Slide. So again, administrative regulations, in the interest of time, talked a lot about this. This is the back end support that we use for all our site plan projects, and the only difference here is that we're looking within the context of an adaptive use project, how these may change, including how you submit, and what we review along the way, and how the board approves them. And in summary, the adaptive reuse is a public priority. It places this in aligned with other public priorities, given the tax revenue impact and the placemaking impacts that are positive, that it requires a sense of urgency. So people ask, well, is this, are we going too fast, quite frankly? And we say, well, there is a sense of urgency. And I think the board and the manager who will be recommending this have really asked us to sort of try to take some, if we make a little bit of mistakes, we can change it, but let's try to get out in front of the problem rather than debating what the best perfect answer is. That these have different economics associated with them. So there are different economics than new construction. They do not have the incentive-based density that provided at scale as many of our redevelopment. There's a different market that finances these projects, and it takes the type of risk. And that it does still, while the building is staying essentially the same and the use is changing, we really are focused on allowing for the improving the existing condition. And this is really market driven as much as regulation driven. That if you're converting your old office building into residential, you want it to be an attractive place with good outdoor amenities, with good indoor amenities, with attractive units, because you're trying to lease obviously to a market that expects that. And I won't read all this, but this is for the policy goal. Essentially, just talks about looking at within the context of the project, understanding that adaptive use is different than a typical site plan amendment or new site plan project. It mentions the idea of required parking ratios and a mix of parking spaces. None of this, once again, changes how we typically look at site plans. It really just applies it to a place where the parking is already built. Good. And then finally, wrap up on discussion and suggestions. Like to hear your thoughts on the repurposing underutilized parking spaces, the streamlined process, and the admin regs in terms of what are some of the things that you would like to hear more about in terms of how as we're developing that. So took a little more time than I'd hoped, but I tried to move through it quickly, and I thank you for your time. So happy to answer any questions. And again, if I have to scoot out in 10 minutes, Jill will be here to answer the questions as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Any commissioners have questions? Commissioner Hussain.
Thanks. Good presentation. I have a couple of questions. So is there like a priority of, do you guys have a way to prioritize the different kinds of uses that you'll have? Like if you have a specific building and you're like, okay, this will apply here. Is there a list of like, okay, this is the top priority, a top priority use for this building? And is there a kind of a list of those uses of what's more important or what's more beneficial for this specific site?
Yeah, I'll answer that in two ways, because I think there's in terms of providing flexibility, we would like the market to make that decision. And the only thing we say is any use allowed within that zoning district is allowed. Now, I can tell you in practice, the two we're going to see the most of is residential, which most people talk about. And then we're seeing a fair amount in hotel, because there's a market void there now. Post-pandemic, we lost a lot of hotel rooms, and now we're seeing more demand. Other uses are a little more challenging, are that they are interesting creative uses like a 10-story grow house for agriculture, but are not really yet, no one's figured out the economics of that right. So, but those would be allowed under the zoning ordinance. So we don't like to want to pick and choose, right? I do think that the impact of those of different uses is something that we mentioned in the policy, and we'll talk with the board about as well, which is that generally you're going to see fiscally positive results with any use, whether it be high-rise residential or hospitality. Just historically, hospitality is the clean industry of urban places, right? It is high values and very low impacts on schools, police, fire, that sort of thing. But residential, even high-rise, obviously still has a significant impact. So, but I think, I don't know if it's truly legally, but we've always been told, the board doesn't decide on the use depending on the impact. It decides on whether it fits a planning vision. And for the most part, any sector plan that has a particular planning vision, we will discuss that openly and discuss whether that still applies given the current market conditions. And that will be a discussion, as always, with the board when they consider maybe a different use than a policy sort of lays out.
Okay, that makes sense. And I would just maybe suggest that as you go through that process of figuring out what the best use is, definitely like having the perspective of like, okay, if this is something that's close to transit, then how is this, making sure that transit is kind of the focus, like not a focus, but like if it's close to transit, how is that being incorporated so that that connectivity is there? And my other question is just more of a clarification. So you talked about how it has the removal of the application of the ADU requirement, the affordable dwelling unit. I wonder if you could maybe talk maybe a little bit more about that and how you plan to maybe use this, if it's part of the plan to use this to achieve more affordable housing. Because obviously I think it's a big crisis, as we all know, and having as many tools as we have at our disposal to increase the amount of affordable housing, especially near transit, I think would be pretty, at least in my head, should be top of mind. But I wonder if you can talk.
So for those of you that know, I apologize for repeating something you already know, but there are really two elements in our site plans relative to affordable housing. There's the baseline ordinance that applies to all site plans, and that is an FAR based and is state statute. And many years after legal battles, it was established that the developer it's a calculation, and they can either choose to provide a cash payment or on-site units or off-site units, and there's a formula, right? But it's very formulaic. The reason why this doesn't apply to us because the theory is either the existing building already paid for that, or if it didn't, it wasn't around then, and sort of going back in time and sort of saying, well, you would have had to pay it if it was around isn't really, I don't know if fair is the right word, but equitable in the sense of from a financing standpoint, not from obviously a broader equity standpoint. So that's, committed affordable. But the reality is that typically just provides cash payments in most cases. Then there's the extraordinary community benefits where people earn density by providing, and that's much more negotiation on the county side. Since these projects won't be earning a lot of density, it's unlike other site plans where like say in National Landing or in the Rosen-Boston corridor, where folks are earning a lot of density and therefore a lot of density has to be provided towards community benefits. And one of those is affordable housing, so you get more on-site units because it's a negotiation. So that's not going to necessarily apply. As I mentioned earlier, we do think, and this is said a lot, but I think we definitely hold true to it, is that the provision of any housing supply is good. We do think that this housing stock will typically do a number of things. I mentioned earlier, which is it'll often provide more unique housing types, larger units, units that are much more capable of providing true live work type experiences, as well as it almost always comes in a significant price point below new market rate construction. So it's still market rate. It's not affordable with a capital A, but it is certainly probably just a notch below new construction. So that does provide a layer of housing that we think, when we think about overall affordable housing or overall housing in the county and in the region, that layering is very important. So it provides that. Now, we've also said to the Housing Commission, this doesn't preclude someone from coming to the county and sort of saying, can I have an AHIF loan to buy that building and to convert it into 60% AMI or 50% AMI units? We'd certainly, I think, not to speak for my housing colleagues, but we certainly consider that as part of that function. So it doesn't preclude it, but often site plans, often require that as well. So that's a funding mechanism.
Great. Awesome. Thanks.
Commissioner Thea.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Hopefully, before you have to dip out, was hoping you could give a little bit more detail on how this change would help to streamline and shorten public feedback and engagement in the site plan processes for these projects.
Yeah. So we are still working on that, but that's not dodging the question. There's more to come, but still feed on that. I think there's still going to be an element where we're going to ask the developer, as we do now, but to make sure of notifying affected civic associations and nearby communities about the building in their district, right? And that can be done virtually or hybrid, much like they do now, where they provide that. They can be using a lot of tools we learned in the pandemic about, but virtual meetings are videotaped, I'm aging myself, but recorded presentations about the project. And then we are going to be working with the Planning Commission on how an SPRC process may work for these types of projects. So we're going to sort of figure it out as we go along a little bit, but we are certainly not going to, when we talked about the administrative function, not only was that allowed legally, I think a lot of people initially, including a lot of the staff, sort of said, well, that feels too much like people are going to find out after the fact that it happened. This will not be after the fact. If people want to engage in this, there'll be opportunities. It just won't be at the level that we typically site plans, but because it's not at the same level of change to the building, where you're looking at a brand new building where you have 3 meetings to discuss elements of the building that are truly changing from the current condition. So this will not be that. So I think, as I said, stay tuned. We'll be discussing that with the board, certainly, and the Planning Commission next week, and then the board about what that process looks like. And I think there's some, not to speak for the Planning Commission, but in our meetings with them at the subcommittee level, they have shown a lot, some ideas that they may want to test out for themselves. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wayne, tell me.
And a Planning Commission member.
Parking that was raised. A lot of our older buildings were built under site plans that required a lot more parking, and our experience has been that in our commercial districts, they're overparked, especially the older ones. In our site plan process, there's always a parking minimum, which the developer comes in and it's usually under that, and then we push for it to go even lower. Do we even, for the purpose of redevelopment, since it's already overparked, could we just not even put any parking minimum and just say, have at it, whatever you think is appropriate, it's appropriate. We're not going to worry about that. That's up to you to decide, and that could help streamline things too.
Yes. So we discussed parking a fair amount, and as part of this broader CMR, as you know, as well. And so that is certainly on the list from the county's perspective of looking at things like parking minimums. We did not want to include that as a specific item in this because we think that issue has its own merit of a significant discussion of its own. And we didn't want to delay this process where we think, now I think we'll learn a lot about the first couple of applications about whether that's something. I think we're going to find that already, even without parking, even without more relaxed parking, already have way too much parking and don't know what to do with it. So I think we're going to find at this meeting. But I think we'll certainly take that down as a note and a next step to look at. So it's not part of this. It was discussed. It's certainly still in discussion, and we'll continue to look at that.
Okay, well, I'd strongly urge you to do that. Los
Yeah.
Angeles, of all places, has had tremendous success with
Yeah.
its downtown, revitalizing its older buildings by totally eliminating parking requirements.
Yes.
And older 20s, 30s, 40s buildings are now back in service
Yep.
because
Absolutely.
they said, we don't care parking. You figure that out.
Yep. Yep. I think the issue here is, quite frankly, we have the opposite problem. We're going to have a lot of buildings that are overparked.
Right.
A lot of those places that the buildings weren't parked enough by the current standards, and they had to sort of say, we're going to relieve that to allow these buildings to come back to life, and people will find parking in the area. I think here it's going to be, we have too much parking. What do we do with all this? What do we do with three levels of parking?
Well, that's why it'd be a
Yeah.
great incentive to, one, don't have to discuss it.
Yeah.
Two, you can use that space for pretty much anything you want within what zoning uses are allowed,
Yeah.
but do it and it's not counted toward existing density.
Yep, exactly. Yes, and I think the density issue, I think we've definitely proposed here that the density is not the issue, that you can transfer a gross parking area into gross floor area through this process for uses without having to go through a significant process for that.
Great.
And I do have to run. I was going to get I'll wait a second if I have any more questions.
All right. Anyone else?
I did.
No. Yes,
I had a
Commissioner Walker.
there was one slide where you were showing that there could be different stages or different types of adaptive reuse, and one was like adaptive reuse plus.
Yeah.
The last one I didn't get, which seemed like it would just be a total raise and so why would that be part of the cycle? I wasn't clear about that.
So that slide was meant to talk about the broader policy. Adaptive reuse is just one section of the policy. It's the first focus, so we're talking a lot about that more. But the overall policy looks at all tools to repurpose buildings. And so that slide was meant to sort of say, adaptive reuse is one thing, repositioning is one thing, and then there's a whole bunch of redevelopment. So you're absolutely right. The last one is just the full scale raising, digging a new hole, doing redevelopment. But within that context, I think we hear enough discussion in the broader community, particularly the development community, of if you make that process easier, I can get rid of those old office buildings quicker as well. So it's from full redevelopment to things like partial and adaptive, which is the adaptive reuse plus is really keeping the same building but adding stories. 220 20th in Crystal City is now 15 years old, but that's a project that did that. And then partial redevelopment, as I said, is something we're seeing a lot coming through our site plans now, which is keeping the parking in the podium, or at least the parking, not redo, and then keeping that as an economic value, and then building a new use above it. So that's meant to sort of say those aren't parts of it. Those aren't pieces of adaptive reuse. They're separate decisions by an investor about their property that we all want to look at the regulations of and see how can we streamline them.
All right. Yeah, I think most of this concerns the planning commission. So I think you will be dealing with a lot of this. But in general, I think it's positive to provide property owners more options with what to do with their property to increase housing supply or anything else in a more streamlined process that can benefit the tax base of this county. So if there are no other questions or comments, I guess I'll move to vote on this authorization to advertise.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Obakoya, I'm assuming I'm reading this bolded section on page 14, the last page of the presentation.
That is correct, or you can refer to it, the resolution, if you don't read the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify, this is November is a county board action. We've already advertised this in September,
Okay.
just so it's clear. Thank you. And thank you all.
All right, thank you. So, motion to approve the resolution. Let's start with First commissioner is Flores.
Aye.
Commissioner Furman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Mendelson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Shannon.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
And Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
The ayes have it by a vote of 11 to nothing. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda. Oh, no, I don't believe there were any online commissioners, right? Yeah. No,
I can announce the
joined.
next item.
Yeah.
We have staff member Rob Gibson and the applicant here to talk about Crystal House 7 and 8 for a site plan amendment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Robert Gibson with Arlington County DES Transportation Development Services. And I'm going to try to get this to present correctly. Let's see if my Teams and Outlook are working as friends. Here we go. Okay. So before you tonight is an amendment for the Crystal Houses development. This is site plan 451. And specifically, it's a subset of the larger development. And this focuses on Crystal Houses 7 and 8. And then some brief background and history on the site. The site is in Crystal City, Pentagon City area. It is bound by 18th Street to the north, South Fern Street to the east, 22nd Street to the south, and South Fern Street to the west. The site's CO Crystal City. Its general land use plan is medium residential. And then the guidance documents that we used for the review of this amendment included the approved site plan 451, the Crystal City sector plan, and the residential parking guidelines for residential projects in the corridor. Some history on this project. This project, Crystal Houses, goes back to approvals in 2019. Overall, the county approved the redevelopment of the Crystal Houses site with maintaining the 2 existing towers, and around that filling it in with 4 multifamily residential buildings, 4 new multifamily residential buildings, and then effectively, but more confusingly, 3 sticks of townhouses, which are actually 2 buildings. And so 2 of the sticks share a unified underground garage with the 3rd stick having a separate garage entrance and garage. Overall, the project delivered 2 new public open spaces, a pretty significant number of new public pedestrian paths through the block, a new protected bike lane along South Ead Street. At the time of approval, it was an overall 0.65 parking ratio for the overall development. And then it also included a affordable housing component and specifically an affordable housing building. Before you today, we're looking at just the 7 and 8 buildings. Those are along South Fern Street, extending to the corner of 18th Street at the north of the site. So I don't know if my cursor is going to show up here. Here we go. So these 3 buildings here. The project includes a number of site element changes, building element changes, and modified conditions. This is actually a pretty easy discussion, so I'm not going to go over all the details, but hopefully get into the things that focus on transportation. And probably the most important things to think about from a transportation is perspective. There are no changes to the approved streetscapes or sidewalks. There is really it's an improved public realm that the applicant will discuss. And then some minor changes on interior circulation and access to the garages. And then the big change associated with the amendment here really is we are doubling the number of townhouse units within these 3 sticks, going from 21 units to a total of 42 units. And those are doubling by having these units back to back. So you have the same number of rows, but you add a column of back-to-back townhouses. This is a pretty elegant way to increase the amount of housing while effectively not changing much of the form at the site. The project also adds 1 additional floor of height to these townhouses, and relative to their neighbors, the additional 12 feet is small. And so I'm going to just show you, and for the record, these are some of the statistics of the approved and proposed plan. Like I said, we're going from 21 townhouses to 42. And then the parking garage is getting reconfigured a bit in order to provide each of those townhouses 2 potential parking spaces below the unit, which allows for 1 standard space and 1 compact space. Then each unit has a stairway and access from that bank of 2 parking spaces up into the units, but they all share a single uniform garage entry. It's all below grade, and it's generally consistent with what was approved, which is a pretty elegant way to deliver townhouses with minimal vehicular impact on the public realm. And so each of overall, these 3 sticks are going to deliver 84 parking spaces, once again, effectively two per unit. And because of some of the changes in the way this works, these garages will be all private. All of the spaces are going to be dedicated to the individual units, as opposed to the original idea, which would have had some of the parking in this garage shared amongst users throughout the rest of the block. And so as a result, there are 10 fewer total parking spaces across the whole development, and a minor reduction in the parking ratio across the whole development, going from 0.65 to 0.63, pretty small, totally consistent with our policies and plans. And then one of the other elements that's changing is previously there were 22 bike parking spaces, roughly a space per unit, and then a couple on the ground level that were available for visitors. With this doubling of the units, we didn't change the required bike parking numbers, which are typically 1 space for every 2.5 units. But the applicant has, since our SPRC discussions, gone back and sort of maximize the bike parking delivery and going from 22 spaces to 32 spaces, adding 10. And so that was one change that was a result of the public comment, and I believe comment from some of the commissioners in the SPRC process here. This shows you how the front to back townhouses lay out compared to the original approval. These provide those parking statistics that I've discussed already. And then a very brief summary of the process. This came in as a site plan amendment in March. We then had a community outreach through email and other means. Then we had a community meeting in September. At the end of September, we had an SPRC meeting, and today we're at the Transportation Commission. Next week, the Planning Commission, and the County Board will follow. Overall, staff recommends that you recommend to the County Board to adopt the attached site plan amendment ordinance with the associated modification to the zoning ordinance for modifications requirements, including residential parking ratio, additional density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development, subject to all previously approved conditions and amended conditions as presented in the staff report. And I'm going to hand this over to Nick Cummings to present for the applicant.
Sure. Nicholas Cummings with Walsh Colucci here. I'm actually going to immediately turn it over in the interest of time to my colleagues here from EYA, Jack and Jack, Mr. Jack Lester and Jack McLaurin, to present our presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, Nick. I'm Jack Lester. I'm with EYA. I'm joined by my colleague, Jack McLaurin with EYA. He and I have been there more than 20 years. We're a 33-year-old company based in Bethesda. I lead our development. Jack leads our land planning, architecture, design. So he gets the credit for the elegant solution that Rob alluded to. So as Rob said, Nick said, that this is a project that's evolved since you all last saw it in 2019. It provides more housing. We talked about much better pedestrian connectivity, more bike parking, more dedicated parking spaces for the residents and their guests. We've added, through the community process, we've added 2 lay-by spaces for short-term pickups and drop-offs. A very important connection through the site that'll be in a dedicated easement. Well lit and well designed. This is, I think, a hallmark of the work that Jack does and we execute on at EYA, having public spaces that are really well designed, safe, eyes on the street, and pleasant to walk through and walk by. Makes for a better experience and a safer experience. And we'll touch on some of the really well designed landscape spaces that we've designed with the input from the community and from the staff. At a high level, we hope to get through our approval and permitting process by the end of next year and begin construction. This will be relatively quick. We expect to be completely done within 2 years. A lot of it's just market dependent, of course. Next slide. At a high level, it's 42 homes, as we talked about. They're all the same. You've got some interiors in some end units, but 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. So I always choke a little bit when I say this. It is more attainable housing. So it's all relative. And obviously, this is an affluent area, but this is more attainable. But rather than having those 21 really deep and big units, we've kind of sliced that and made 42 smaller units. We talked about doubling the dedicated parking space and increasing, again, with the input from staff and from the residents, our bicycle parking. This is those 3 buildings, CH 8A and B and 7. As you can see, there's 2 points of access. That is one of the changes from what you saw in 2019, where this was one continuous parking deck underneath the 3 buildings. We've got a deck under the CH8 and a deck under CH7. So I'm not a transportation person, but I think that diffuses a little bit of how folks get through the site. So not kind of pushing everyone out onto Fern, but rather allowing folks to kind of navigate through the site. Next slide. Rob had shared this slide, just kind of 2 things here. If you can see those very light red lines, what we're trying to show here is that this building footprint is not substantially bigger than what was originally approved. So we hold that line on Fern Street. We dip a little bit into the interior of the site. We're a little bit narrower, but able to, in essence, get twice the housing in the same footprint. I think that was the key takeaway. And of course, it gives you a sense the R is the roof, and that spine running horizontally kind of divides the homes.
So I'm sorry, I usually let Jack get a little further before I start interrupting him. I just want to correct what he said. There were previously 2 garages. Okay, it wasn't one going underneath all 3. What we did on CH7, which is the building on the right, is that garage entrance was coming kind of a 90-degree perpendicular to the building, and we're now bringing it on the end. So sorry for the interruption, Jack, but I just don't want to confuse you.
Thank you.
Only get you a few more times.
I would have let it slide, but.
So this is this is the circulation pattern. What you see in red are what we're calling the neighborhood sidewalks. So those are the ones that provide access for everyone. That main connection that kind of runs top to bottom, that is the connection, the pedestrian connection that will be lighted, that will be in an easement, that will be maintained by the private property owners and accessible. And we'll show where those connections are on Fern Street here in a moment. The green, of course, are internal sidewalks. They're of course free to use by anybody, but likely only used by the residents of the community. Next. So this is this is what we call the hyphen public space. So this is an area between the two 8 buildings. This was not really well developed originally in 2019. We've put a lot of work into this. It's well designed, well landscaped. It is accessible. Initially, the old plan hadn't taken it that far. There are some great issues. We've managed to come up with a solution that makes this connection, even though this isn't the primary pedestrian connection, it does make it accessible and a pleasant walk through the 2 buildings, between the 2 buildings. Next slide. This just gives you a view of kind of to the right is the existing CH1 and 2, the existing buildings in their pool and amenity area. This gives you a view of what it's like for those folks that have that internal looking view, how they'll access their homes. And again, one of the benefits, in addition to providing more housing for a different market segment, is that we now have 4-sided architecture. So rather than having kind of a front door facing out and a rear door, we've got front doors all around for, we think, a much more pleasant experience for everybody. Another close-up of that. We can go to the next. Here is that primary connection to the neighborhood, what we call the mid-block plaza. And you can see there, we've got a couple more views, but you've got the stairwell, and then you have 2 accessible, at least one of those is accessible. Are both of them, Jack, accessible?
Ultimately, we will have one, and it will be there'll be the stair system on the right-hand side, and then we'll have one accessible path on the left-hand side.
But again, looking to really make that inviting, make it a pleasant walk, encourage the neighbors to walk through the site, and of course, as I mentioned, that'll be in an easement. Next slide. This is that same connection, but at ground level. Again, giving folks kind of a clear view of where they're walking and how to get there. This is interesting. This is, again, kind of the interior side. What was kind of the back of house, we were able to take this and make it an open space, gathering space with front doors on the outside. So again, kind of creating a space out of where there wasn't one, and then making it, designing it well and having it safe and eyes on the sidewalks there. So we think this is a nice enhancement over the old plan. And this is a view from up on 18th Street. This had been a solid masonry wall in the earlier plan. Working with staff and our civil engineers and designers, because now this is a beautifully well landscaped place, we've wanted to make it more porous and more visible to folks. So we worked together to come up with a different design that allowed that to occur. And vehicular circulation. Not much to say here, except there are a couple of ways in and out of the site. And anything I should add on this? No substantial changes from where we had been. And this is the garage floor plan, just showing those 2 cars, one compact, one standard size. There's a common drive aisle, but each resident pulls into their own dedicated private space underneath their home, gets out of their car and walks up those stairs to their living level. That's the first level: kitchen, living room, dining room, and then Do we have the next floor? Nope, and that's it. So bike storage, 2 locations. We've got 30 between the 2 buildings in that one garage under 8. There is space for 30 covered Class 1 bike locks, and then 2 exterior. And that's us. And Angelina is running the show, and she's doing it remotely, as is our other colleague, Will Callahan. So that's it, but we would love to answer any questions, comments.
All right. Thank you very much. Any Meg Flores already has her hand up. Please go ahead.
Hello. I think this is the 4th time we've chatted. At the SPRC, one thing that we discussed was the bike storage that doesn't count in the 2-car garage, but the one that will be active underneath in between A and B. Has there been any more discussion on how you would lay that out to accommodate larger, smaller, and different types of bike transportation that we're starting to see become popular?
So we did do you want to take it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing here is an enlarged plan of what Jack called the hyphen area. So it's between 8A and 8B. And again, it's below ground. It's in the secured garage. The drive aisle is on the top. So you're looking at those bike racks kind of evenly spaced out. We did do several layouts to where we try to maybe turn them or whatever, fill the space. It will be secured, as you see with the gates up in there, but we feel pretty good that, this is a significant solution, providing the 30 bikes in interior.
And this is the result of design work following the SPRC meeting at the urging of staff to try to maximize the amount of protected bike parking that we had. So we really have studied the layout to try to, maximize its efficiency.
And one thing to note here is our requirements typically allow the wall mounted or stacked bike parking. All of these are at grade, and so you can wheel your bike into the U rack, which I think, as you're alluding to, actually is a much more convenient solution for cargo bikes than other larger bikes.
Yeah, exactly. One of the considerations are, just to put him as an example, our former chair, Chris Lott, drives bicycles with a very large cargo bike. And so imagining his bicycle coming in here and parking, I do think that it should be sufficient. I can't really see the measurements, but it does, I do appreciate the conversation that you all had. And this does look sufficient to accommodate those types of bicycles, which we will likely see more of.
Remember too, and I know that we discussed this at SPRC as well, but the 2 spaces per unit, with one of those spaces being compact, someone like Mr. Slatt, especially if he did not have 2 vehicles for his unit, would free up the entirety of the other space for cargo bikes, e-bikes, whatever. So for some larger non-automobile transportation methods, I do think that folks might make use of that additional parking space in their own little garage.
And to add, I'm not sure if Jack mentioned it. I don't think I heard of it. These homes will be fee simple. So there will be home ownership. This is not a rental type of arrangement here. So we will have an HOA, and our HOAs are extremely tight. I mean, you'll be very proud of what you see when you drive by the site in terms of the exterior maintenance as well as the interior. So my sense is this is kind of a starting point at a minimum. And let's kind of see what happens with the community and the need for bikes. And the HOA certainly, I think they have the space to grow this capacity or start to get flexible with the cargo bikes or walls or whatever. We think we're probably going to put, an air pump in there with a little maintenance pedestal in there. It's just common sense, so we feel like it's a good starting point, but the HOA can then take over and let it evolve and to meet future demands and technology improvements with bikes.
Okay. I do have one more question, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Also at the SPRC, there was a lot of discussion about making it more friendly to people with all types of accessibility concerns and considerations. Were there any continued discussions with that?
So, with regard to site accessibility. I think, we've worked really hard to create those pedestrian accessible routes through the site. The real conversation was around the homes accessible. And there was some, discussion about what could occur in with regard to the code in terms of elevators. These units, we will not be offering as a standard or as an option elevators. You need a certain dimension. We could build really big homes and get elevators, but for this size home, it doesn't make sense. We love to offer elevators. It's a great option. It opens us up to another segment, not just folks with mobility needs, but to aging in place. But this product does not lend itself to adding elevators.
And there was, if I could just add, there was a little bit of confusion in that meeting, and bless the gentleman that was promoting the idea, which we fully support. Many of our homes do have the option to be able to have elevators. We chatted afterwards. He sort of was misunderstanding the code and the building typology he was referencing that gives you all the flexibility in the world to do whatever size elevator you want was in a single family detached home. Doesn't apply to this type of homes. In my sense, I've been practicing architecture for 30 plus years in this kind of world. The prior solution was a multifamily. The zoning is multiple family dwelling here. That solution was, not to bore you, but it was an R2 use group solution, which is a multifamily, which required 2% elevators in there. We are R3. The benefit of that is the fee simple side of it, but it's essentially a townhome. And when you're multi-story, you're not required to provide elevators. Now, we're still in conversation with the county. We did draw it. We said we would draw it. We would see. You end up with a 2-bedroom house and a 1-car garage because of the footprint required in the state of Virginia, complying with ANSI and the codes, to get the right size elevator cab in there. So it's a big hit. We just don't feel like this market is going to want a home like that, but we did do our homework on that.
But just to be clear, we're not doing it because it's not required. We would love to offer them. It just, when you build a smaller home, we can't get it in there and make it a really practical functioning home.
Stepping back even further too, if we reduce the number of homes that we're providing here and going to market on, we cut into the subsidy that these market rate homes are providing to the rest of the project. And the shortfall then needs to be found through further, federal state financing or from the county board itself. So I think that we've landed on what we feel is the right solution here. There will be the ability of anybody who wants it to look into, with the support of the developer, a chairlift or something like that, if there's a specific need for like one member of the household, something like that. And certainly EYA can point to other developments in the region where they have built units with elevators. They're substantially more expensive because they're much larger, but they are there. And I think there was even a community maybe in Old Town, or there's other communities in the area where they've built some beautiful homes with elevators that are fully accessible.
And to make sure we're fully covered, there are really only 3 units that would, from a grading standpoint, could accommodate a flush entry, which is required when you have elevators. You understand the topo of the site, so it's very limited already right out of the gate.
Makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before you go on, I do want to point out, I think it's important to put this in the context of the overall project. And this is 42 homes, but it is in the mix of a much larger development that is principally multifamily, high-rise, elevator. And so we'll have a relatively diverse housing type within this block with choices. Now, granted, I think one of the big challenges here is the home ownership side of things. And I think that everybody in the community would love to see more home ownership on multifamily and more diversity in housing types.
Thank you. Vice Chair Furman.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Revisiting Commissioner Flores' question on the bike parking, what's the expected width of the door? Because as someone who actually does ride those type of larger cargo bikes, that's probably the pain point. I agree that I think the URAC is probably sufficient to handle parking it, but any rough estimate on how large the door to get into that space will be?
The door into the enclosure,
Yes.
at minimum 3 feet, but if we needed to go 42 inches, I mean, it's a gate. I mean, one in our building, it slides. So,
Okay.
we're completely flexible.
Yeah, I think, and I don't off the top of my head know like the width of like the standard larger front loading cargo bike that I have, but yeah, as long as it can accommodate that coming straight in, I think honestly the design is otherwise sufficient. The other question I had was the primary connector that's going through the site moving east to west. What's the expected width of that? And do you think that that will comfortably allow cyclists and pedestrians to move in that area at the same time?
I want to say there's at least a 6-foot clear pathway, and it's either asphalt or paver, an inviting treatment, et cetera. The nice thing about this site is that when we showed that vehicular connection throughout the site, all of that is internal streets, which are really not traveled by vehicles in a quick or traffic-like manner where they're going to pose a risk to cyclists. So when you're using that pathway, I think if you're on a bike and you want to get through the site quickest, what you really should do, and what I would honestly invite you to do, is take the leftmost entrance, not the mid-block pathway, and just ride right through the site, because it's a nice wide fire access with road that really isn't going to have much traffic on it. So.
And I guess to that point, are you expecting to have some type of traffic calming to ensure that with it being wide enough for fire access, that it's not going to encourage vehicles to move quickly through the site?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if, and so part of that gets into, there's multiple different owners now. So when it came through, I was the attorney who did this in 2019 with Roseland, who owned the entire site. My client then would have been able to tell you, oh, sure, we'll put a speed bump in or two. I can't make that promise on behalf of WHC tonight, but it is a good thing that we can think about as we go through construction of the entirety of the site, is just ensuring that we're thinking about how cars might be coming through. I will tell you that I don't think today that people are using it as a cut through. So that's helpful. I did live there for a summer like 10 years ago in Crystal House too. But it's a good point to raise.
And I think we'll be aligned on that. So we'll talk with WHC, see what their experience is. Clearly, we're adding hundreds of new folks. So we will monitor that and make sure that that remains safe for the residents and the neighbors.
Excellent. Thank you.
Commissioner Lane, tell me.
An HOA is going to be for both buildings or two separate HOAs?
It'll be one HOA, and that'll be part of a larger, what we call a POA, kind of a master, because there'll be some shared obligations among all of the property owners. For instance, that pathway or that sidewalk and road we were just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly my question.
Yeah.
Is how we, between building the two building 8s and then between 7 and 8, who will be, is that a permanent public easement? Who maintains that? Who's responsible for maintaining it? Is it that larger entity or the HOA itself?
So that will be the HOA, at least that park area. So yes, great news. It'll be maintained by the HOA, not by the county, not by the apartment owners. And there'll be a larger POA. Primarily, it's going to be to take care of the two major park spaces, the one up in the left-hand corner and the one that's kind of down rectangular down towards Fern.
But who'll patch the concrete if it needs to get fixed? Who'll shovel it in winter when it snows?
Yeah.
Who's responsible for
We
that?
will have a property owners association, and the members of which one will be the HOA, they'll be a member. CH1 and 2 will be a member. CH6 will be a member. So
Okay.
each of those entities will contribute their share, their
That
allocated
day-to-day
share
type stuff?
to the maintenance, to the reserves. Yes. Now,
7 and 8 have their own.
7 and 8 will have their own because they'll have their lead walks, for example, will be shoveled, but that will be something that those homeowners pay for separately.
Okay. And that, basically the cut through, is that a permanent public easement that cannot be closed off?
So I'll answer that one. Commissioner Land, tell me the mid-block connection, the one that runs from South East Street up to South Fern Street, right in between that bigger sort of space right there on the right-hand top side of that plan page. That is a public easement. That's been in the condition since 2019. Some of the other connections through the site, we're not granting easements over, and I could get into it on the academics of why, but it becomes very complicated.
Yeah, I just
later
want to know
with
which
them.
ones are which.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
this is an improvement. I chaired the original SPRCs for the overall site, and these are definitely improvements over what was a very good site plan to start. So I'm very happy to see the addition of the stairs to 18th Street. I think that adds to the permeability of the site. And I like the fact that there are now entrances internal. More people will be walking along there. So it increases safety, good sense of safety. So all around, I think this really makes for a livelier, more interesting, and I like the additional density. I think all of that is really good. You know, we're adding people to this mix here. So I think that overall, this is a real, these are incremental improvements to what was a good site plan. In fact, what you're building in these 3 sticks is what, there was a long piece in the Washington Post on Sunday about missing middle. This is
Got it up in
exactly,
our lobby.
it is exactly what
price
that
point, too.
article was saying we need way more of in the entire country. So, you know, overall.
Wrote
I
that
think-
article 33 years ago. Nobody read it.
Well,
Right.
a lot of what you're seeing as far as improvements here are because EYA came in and they took a plan that in 2019 was more of a sketch and wasn't fully engineered, hadn't been fully thought through, because we added, you'll remember that portion during the SPRC process when both, SPRC members, planning commissioners, but also staff said, we really want to see that South Fern Street frontage fully upgraded to the sector plan expectations. You should put some housing there too.
Yes.
And then we drew it in, we added it, but there were great issues, other things that hadn't been fully thought through that were kind of punted to the future. And now you've had this group come in who has really looked at it in a lot of detail and turned it into something that works beautifully.
So, I mean, all around it works, as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, I'm very enthusiastic about
Thank you.
voting for this. Thank you.
Commissioner Theo.
Yes, a question regarding the 2 parks. How are you referring to them? I heard like hyphen park for the one between
So-
8A and 8B and.
Yeah, there's 2 true public parks in the site plan. Those are the Central Park, which is enormous and much larger than was planned in the
Right.
sector plan, and then the corner park. The open spaces between the buildings along South Fern Street do not have public park easements. There's the public access easement for the entrance of the mid-block pathway that is grand, inviting, public, and under an easement. But the hyphen space is just a landscaped space that is open to the public because we're not going to be fencing it off, but it's not subject to an easement.
Okay, so regarding the mid-block access point and the hyphen space, what are plans for lighting, nighttime lighting for pedestrian and cyclist safety after hours?
Yes. I mean, we prefer bollards just because of glare and night skies issues, you know, but if it mandates with the photometrics mandate, you know, taller 8-foot, 12-foot posts, we will do them, but we prefer bollards because you can have more of them and have more continuous lighting, but they will be fully lit and safe.
Good, thank you. One other question regarding South Fern Street. I believe that's a high injury network identified road by the county. What does this sidewalk look like on the South Fern side? I know this is probably part of the overall Crystal House plan and probably doesn't pertain too much, but yeah, the side profile there, I'd love to take a look at that real quick. So a 6-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot, 2-inch tree pit separation.
Yeah, tobacco curb.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's exactly what the sector plan recommends. That's my recollection. And it has
Mine
not
as well.
changed since 2019.
I believe that's true.
And not all units will have the elevated stoop like what you see in that section. There are some of them will be, you know, closer to the ground just because of the topography.
With the lane immediately out on Fern Street, I don't know if it may not even be covered by this townhouse development, but instead the overall Crystal House redevelopment. But is that intended to remain as on-street parking, or will that be converted to travel lane or bike lane? Does anybody know?
No, we're not.
We are not proposing
Yeah, we're not
to
touching-
change it.
Yeah, turn my mic on, even though I'm sure you can hear me just fine. We didn't propose any changes with this, and I think we're expecting there still to be some street parking on Fern, but that is the county's right of way, and they will ultimately decide how it is used.
Assuming that's the case with county.
So I think we have, forgive me, I am transitioning into the project late. And so I believe that the county has already executed a number of public improvements along Fern Street. And I can't say that, I don't think that we're making any changes to the streetscape per se, or the street. And so I would expect a travel lane in each direction of parking on each side of Fern to remain unless the county was repositioning it for bike stuff, which I don't recall that being the plan.
And any change along those lines would probably be done by a sector plan update or something like that.
It would have its own public process and our typical sort of corridor type improvement process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, we are constructing new bike lanes on Eads, and Eads is going to have a protected bike lane going all the way from 23rd up to the Amazon campus. That was a community benefit in 2019. It remains something that would be great to see now. You will see that matched by the Crystal Towers development to the north too, to create that continuity. And I think there have been a number of county-led improvements on 18th Street. I recall that we had to grant some right-of-way back to the county. A lot of the street in Crystal City is owned by private owners dating back to the 60s. And we early dedicated some of that right-of-way back to the county in 2020, I think, so they could execute 18th Street improvements. So at least on those other sides, you've got a lot of improvements made.
I just have one request then, and this is really directed, I guess, mostly at county. But as construction for the townhouses is underway, I'm assuming that the existing sidewalk and the right-of-way on Fern Street would be blocked off, taken over for construction purposes, quite likely, especially as the space for the underground garage is dug out. While that process is underway, please do everything to make sure that pedestrians and cyclists along Fern have adequate right of way still. I mean, if construction is going to be taking up the sidewalk, please then take that lane of on-street parking and turn it into temporary sidewalk bike lanes.
Yeah, I think that's consistent with our current goals and policies to prioritize the pedestrian before the parked car. And then
I just say that because I see plenty of construction projects around that don't seem to take that into account. So
it's never easy. I can't predict the future with how all of this is going to be built. You know, we have phasing plans. Obviously, we've looked at this, but I think we'll be able to handle it with a large site in particular that gives us some capacity to shift a little bit more internal to the site than external. It's not Roslyn in that sense, which is helpful.
But a little bit of digression, but I think that what we are seeing right now is that a street that has a travel lane in each direction and on-street parking, or even any of our streets which have on-street parking, they have a huge flexibility benefit as our environment changes over time. So it's not just the fact that there's on-street parking, but when you have utility work or new development, just having that little bit of space, as I'm going to admit from all the projects we've seen, it is a huge benefit to think forward, to have that on-street parking, not just for the use of parking, but also the flexibility in operating things. So thank you for letting me digress.
Commissioner Mendelson.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to ask about the underground bike parking. I understand that there are 30 spaces under the segment between Crystal House 8A and 8B, but is there any bike parking under Crystal House 7?
There isn't. We were able to take advantage of kind of that space between 8A and 8B underground, but there is an extra garage space under 7 for bike parking, outside of the private garages that each resident has.
What was that last part? Sorry.
Well, each home has 2-car parking, private 2-car parking. So Just like you or I, they have the option too of parking within their garage.
Got it. And then were there also outdoor bike racks around there? There were
Two
two.
spaces.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There are more bike racks throughout the greater site, of course.
Any other commissioners have questions, comments? Commissioner Flores.
No question. I just want to say thank you for, I've watched you listen to everyone's comments about aesthetics, about changing, about making housing, I struggle to say affordable, but reachable in this area. So just wanted to say thank you for taking the asks of the community and really working together to create something that's, I think, going to be really successful.
Thank you. And, we've been doing this a long time, and sometimes, we'll leave and we'll be a little frustrated, but it's never occurred where the project hasn't gotten better with the input of staff and community.
If the three of us could make housing less expensive in general, we would do it.
All right. I have a couple comments. One of them to staff about the flexibility that on-street parking provides. A bike lane would also provide a little bit of flexibility. You could just close it and reroute people if you had to do utility work. So,
Fair enough.
yeah, thank you.
And in many cases, I think I think we're in a period where we're going to start looking at our streets a little bit differently from a long-term perspective, in the sense that I think for a period of time we were looking at making them as tight as possible. That was very good, but we also found that some of our streets that had a little bit of sort of legacy space have really adapted to change very well. In our corridors, we've been able to add protected bike lanes in places we probably didn't expect, because of just a foot of extra space can go a long way. And I think as we're talking about fire access, which is very large, looking at how to provide fire access and other symbiotic uses, such as protected cycle tracks or protected bike facilities, where those two things you can have smaller travel lanes and protected bike facilities side by side without giving up that fire access.
Yeah. And one thing that you see more and more in Europe is the use of pavers. So they're not even tearing up the asphalt. They just lift it up. Any utility work that needs to be done is done very quickly with minimum and invasive procedures. Overall, this is when you judge the project in its context, effectively a townhome project, this is pretty unique and about as urban as it gets. So, and it definitely, in terms of the MTP, contributes to block porosity and has a lot of benefits. I thank the applicant for adding more housing units, adding more bike parking spots, and hopefully, as you said, the HOA will see how things progress. But I assume in the future you can have outlets down there to charge the e-bikes and everything. So I think this will be a good contribution to the county. I'm getting outside of the domain of the Transportation Commission, but it's three-bedroom housing is something that's necessary out here so families can grow in place. So thank you for the thoughtful design. Thank you to Commissioner Flores for being on the SBRC for this. And unless anyone online has any questions or comments, I would move that we vote on the motion. If Ms. Obekoya could bring it up on the screen, please.
As she's doing that, you just made me think, I don't know if we mentioned it, we are all electric for these homes, and we will be offering EV charging in individual parking spaces. So just wanted to throw that out there since you brought it up.
Thank you. Okay, I move to recommend that the county board adopt the attached site plan amendment ordinance for SBLA 24-00012 to revise building and site elements to the Crystal House 7 and 8 buildings with modification of zoning ordinance requirements, including residential parking ratio, additional density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development, subject to all previously approved conditions and amendment conditions of the ordinance.
Seconded.
Second.
Okay, has Commissioner Coleman joined us? Not yet. Okay. Commissioner Flores,
Aye.
Commissioner Furman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein,
Aye. Sorry.
Commissioner Lane Telme,
Aye.
Commissioner Locker,
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow,
Aye.
Commissioner Mendelson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Shannon,
Aye.
Commissioner Terry,
Aye.
and Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
The ayes have it by a unanimous vote, 11 to nothing. All right. Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda.
Next, we have the Transportation Demand Management Strategic Plan with staff member Eric Balliet.
Hey, thanks, Ms. Upakoya. My name is Sarah Crawford, and I'm going to kick us off today. I'm the Assistant Director of Transportation, and here with me is our team from the Arlington County Commuter Services. We have Wendy Cloncher. I'd like to recognize Wendy. She's our new Bureau Chief for Commuter Services. And then we have Eric Balliet, the Program Manager for this strategic plan. I'd like to offer a few remarks before we get started. Thank you for supporting virtual attendance for this item. We appreciate it. We just have a shorter voiceover related to the final document that will be up for board approval in November. And I wanted to go back to the comprehensive presentation that we provided in June on the Commuter Assistance Program strategic plan. And we very much appreciate the comments that we heard from the commission at this time. We heard that we need to focus more of our efforts through Mobility Lab on innovative research so that we can learn what people are doing in terms of travel patterns and particularly how those are changing post-COVID, not just shifting from single occupant vehicle to bike, walk, or transit, but what has happened with Metro and Metro trips since COVID, and how can we use this platform in transportation demand management and commuter services to really encourage people to get back on Metro rail. So we appreciate hearing those comments. Unfortunately, operating Metro rail and frequencies of the bus, both Metro bus and ART bus, are not within the purview of this plan or this bureau. But we know this is important, and the transportation demand management that this bureau oversees through Arlington Transportation Partners, Bike Arlington, Walk Arlington, Mobility Lab, and our commuter stores are really in support of that mode shift. I did want to ground us before I hand it over to Mr. Balliet that the focus of what we're doing here with this strategic plan effort is to provide a short-term document that has outlined what works well in transportation demand management in Arlington, where we need to focus more of our efforts on what has worked well, and where are those untapped opportunities that we may need to reposition our program a little bit. And so this document will allow us to explore incorporating these recommendations into our annual budget on an annual basis that you'll see from that February to April time period for comment. And it also allows us to seek additional funding from DRPT. This is a required document from the Department of Rail and Public Transportation in order to receive that funding. So with that short overview on a couple points I just wanted to make, I will now hand it over to Eric to provide a little bit more comprehensive detail on where we landed with the final plan.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Again, I'm Eric Balliet with Arlington County Commuter Services, and I was the lead for our strategic planning effort. Good evening, Commission members. I'll start off by saying that the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation requires each TDM program in the Commonwealth to develop a commuter assistance program strategic plan, and this provides a basis for future state funding requests. For us, this was a year-long process that included extensive data gathering, analysis, and stakeholder input, and it resulted in a revised vision and mission for Arlington County Commuter Services going forward. The new vision is ACCS supports and champions Arlington as a place where people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds find it easy, desirable, and safe to choose transit, walking, biking, scootering, and carpooling, vanpooling for all types of trips. And our new mission is to educate and empower everyone who travels to, through, and within Arlington with timely and useful information about transit, walking, biking, scootering, and carpooling, vanpooling. So with the new vision and mission, we then established 4 key goals for our program. The first is outreach, education, and encouragement about non-single occupancy vehicle travel. The second is behavior change to increase the share of trips taken by non-single occupancy vehicle modes. Third is to optimize the organizational health and operational effectiveness of our organization. And last is to leverage data and performance metrics to improve our operations.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there supposed to be a presentation to go along with this?
No, not tonight.
Okay.
Sorry.
There was one, I looked on one online and it sounded like you were reading off of it. So I was wondering if you forgot to put the slides up.
No, my apologies. No, we did have one presentation when we presented to the commission in June. I'm just hitting a few key highlights and I'll be done here in a moment.
Sorry to interrupt.
Not a problem. So I just wanted to then just highlight just some of the key recommendations that are in the strategic plan to improve ACCS's offerings. And as you noted, that these were highlighted in the presentation from June. The highlights include rebranding ACCS to be inclusive of all trips, not only for commuting, updating and consolidating our branding and websites, focusing on equity populations, both employers and residents, improving our performance reporting, streamlining our site plan oversight process, and developing a plan for funding resiliency. So we've shared the full plan document with you, along with an executive summary and the board report. And tonight we're asking the Transportation Commission to recommend that the County Board adopt the fiscal year 2025 to 2029 Commuter Assistance Program Strategic Plan at the November County Board meeting. So thank you for your time, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
Just a moment.
Yeah, Commissioner Wadwell.
Yeah, no, I read through it. I think, look, you have to update strategic plans periodically, but what are your plans to refresh the data to reflect current conditions? Because the 2021 snapshot is really just an anomalous distortion of even where we're at today. So I think the fundamentals are fine. I think your strategies are appropriate. I do have one other question for you in a moment, but the first question is the data refresh. When will that take place? Because obviously we've already hit, in some cases, pre-pandemic levels of commuting behavior. And then as you see in this metropolitan region and also regions across the country, the Saturday surge, if you will. People are moving around more on Saturdays in some cases than even on weekdays. A lot of commuter and even heavy rail transit systems are seeing significant increases on Saturdays, even as they follow precipitously low Fridays, as many people work from home. So just first questions on the data, and then I have a second question. Thank you.
I would note for the data that it is in our plan to take a fresh look at our mobility lab research efforts to make sure that it's providing us the data that we need, both internally to improve our operations and externally for audiences who are interested in understanding what's going on in Arlington. And so it will be part of our implementation plan going forward. I don't have a time frame at this point, but we will be looking at that as one of our first steps to understand how to improve our research offerings and get to that more timely data that you were talking to.
Great. And the sources available now are better every day than they've ever been before. And as well as stated preference surveys are really an important tool. The next question is simply, to what degree have we been successful in influencing mode share? I think it feels like most of the change that has happened has been related really to technology, the pandemic, and other levers. From your research, what are the most important things that we've done to be able to influence mode share? And are those things also highlighted and critical to this strategic plan? Thank you.
I'll note that yes, we did look at some of these items in our plan, and one thing that I'll highlight is there are recommendations in the plan that talk about getting to people when they're in a position to make a change in their travel patterns. As they're starting, a new job, as they're moving to a new house, so we are looking at working with realtors and other folks who are involved in when people are making these kind of life changes, and to better partner with organizations and people like that. So we grab people when they are most likely to make that mode shift change, and to do the best that we can to nudge their behavior away from those non-SOB trips.
Thanks.
I have a couple questions. So from looking through the executive summary, it looks like about only 1% of the funding for this whole program comes from Arlington County. Everything else is through various grants like CMAQ. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. I'm really excited for the single database for all the data aggregation. As Commissioner Ludlow already stated, our traffic patterns have already changed quite a bit. And we look at now with the introduction of the e-bikes and the Capital Bike Share Network, every consecutive month going back either 5 or 6 months has been a record-setting month. So I think that is a transportation game changer. And that's like the electric vehicle that is really making the difference instead of an electric car. So I would like to see how that figures in future TMDs. Any questions from or comments from other commissioners or anyone on? Well, Commissioner Ludlow again.
Sorry, just one more thing. I'm really glad to hear that you're going to be looking at non-commuting trips. The United States has not yet unlocked the dramatic changes that have happened or fully done the research to net out the shift to e-commerce as a significant part of our purchasing behavior. I think in some cases up to 20% of retail is now e-commerce. It's settled after a big surge. But still, there's a netting out that needs to take place. So even if people aren't taking cars, there's other things moving around. And I just look forward to being able to hear more about this research going forward. I also think this is very important background research and work that you're doing as the county embarks on the update to the MTP. Thanks.
Yeah. And I don't remember from the summary, when could we expect the new round of data potentially?
I don't have a timeline at this point. We'll be working on our implementation plan for many of these recommendations after we have board action on adopting the plan. But we'll be sure to circle back to you once we have more data, more information to share.
Is it feasible to have it during the process that's underway for the new MTP?
I can take that one, Eric. I'm thinking as I'm coming off mute, so forgive the pause. I'm not sure we'll get it timed with that. However, I do think we have an opportunity to time such an effort so that we can inform the upcoming capital improvement plan, in as much as if there are things that we're learning from those travel patterns that can relate to projects that we can then get in the pipeline, either from Arlington's transportation future or through our capital improvement plan. There might be an opportunity there, but either way, we can take that back to the staff running the transportation plan.
All right, thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, I move that the Transportation Commission adopts the attached Arlington Commuter Assistance Program strategic plan for the fiscal year 2025 to 2029.
Seconded.
Okay. Commissioner Flores,
Aye.
Commissioner Furman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hussein,
Aye.
Commissioner Lane Telmy,
Aye.
Commissioner Locker,
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow,
Aye.
Commissioner Mendelson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Shannon,
Aye.
Commissioner Terry,
Aye.
and Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously with 11 votes. Thank you. With that,
Thank you.
we're ready to move to the final item on the agenda.
The last item on the agenda is the vacation of a portion of an easement for public street and utilities purposes located on property owned by Arlington Title LLC and located at 2300 9th Street South. And we have staff member Michael Haluski.
Good evening, Commission members. I'm Michael Haluski. I'm a real estate specialist with the Department of Environmental Services. Here to talk to you tonight about this proposed vacation located at 2300 9th Street South. And at a very high level, this is sort of a technical vacation to resolve a conflict between the form-based code and an existing easement on the site. Let me share my screen here to start the presentation. So the existing easement, which as you'll see on the next slide, it takes up basically from the center line of 9th Street South down towards the site and then curves around on the Wayne Street side. That was dedicated to the county in 1969 as a public street and utilities easement. The current owners proposed to redevelop the site pursuant to a use permit under the Columbia Pike Commercial Center's form-based code. That use permit will be going to the Planning Commission next week and to the County Board on November 16th. And the required build-to line on the regulating plan for this block is basically in conflict with a small portion of this existing easement. It's about 296 square feet along the Wayne Street frontage, and it's basically a tiny corner of the building and then the stoops that are in front of the building. The owner applicant is also dedicating a little over 7,000 square feet of existing street and utility easement area to the county in fee simple for public streets. So on the next slide, I can sort of walk through each one of those. This is the proposed condition with these townhouse lots, and where we have the conflict. The existing easement, actually, let me back up a little bit. The property line for this project runs along the outside here. So you can see half of 9th Street South down to this dash line that comes along and cuts the corner. That's the easement that is the subject of the vacation. Particularly, it's just this 296 square foot portion right here along the frontages. So this building is built where the RBL suggests it should be, and this is just a vacation to clean up and remove the easement from the stoop areas and where the easement cuts that corner. Also, the areas that are proposed to be dedicated in fee to the county, basically most of the rest of this easement that was originally dedicated in 1969, from the center line of 9th Street to the back of Curb. And then also on South Adams Street, similarly from the center line to the back of Curb. Those two separate areas will be dedicated to the county in fee simple. Currently, they're street easement. This is the plat that shows just cleanly the small portion of the easement, 296 square feet, that's proposed to be vacated. And then this shows that same small area just in the context of the existing condition in the surrounding community. This is a proposed resolution for the Transportation Commission. I don't believe that there's anyone for the applicant here tonight, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have for staff. If there's questions for the applicant, I'm be happy to take those back to the applicant.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments from commissioners? No. That being said, I motion recommend to that the Transportation Commission find the ordinance of vacation to vacate a portion of an easement for public street and utility purposes located on property owned by the Arlington Title LLC and located at 2300 9th Street South, RPC number 25-017-044, with conditions is substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan, including the master transportation plan of Arlington County, Virginia.
Second.
Okay. So, Commissioner Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Furman.
Aye.
Commissioner Singh.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantomi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Mendelson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Shannon.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
And Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
The ayes have it by unanimous 11 votes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other items on the agenda or?
That concludes the agenda. We do have some other items to discuss. Shall I start with them now?
Sure. Go ahead, please.
Okay, we can start with the master transportation plan update. Do you have any updates for that?
Yes, so only update on that is a reminder that by November 12th, please answer the 4 questions that were proposed the last time. As a quick reminder, how does our commission use the existing MTP? What does the commission hope the refreshed MTP will include? What does the commission see as the biggest transportation challenges facing Arlington? And what does the commission see as opportunities for transportation in general? So if you can have those to myself and Commissioner Shannon by November 12th, we'll get those wrapped up for the next meeting, which I believe is on November 19th. So thank you. Anything else for you, Commissioner Shannon? Okay. I think that's it for the MTP.
Question.
Commissioner Terry first.
Just wondering if folks would be amenable to putting that in a Google Doc and or something we can share and see online and just see what other commissioners, what they're proposing or responding?
It's hard to do that because it could be a meeting, considered a meeting.
Okay.
So Commissioner Lantelmi, you'd suggest that we stick to individual emails?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with us CCing everyone to
No,
those.
there's nothing
things,
wrong
right?
with that.
Okay.
We can do a reply all.
On it.
Yeah, so at
Okay.
least we do a reply all, and then there's the awareness overall, even if we can't do it in a live update of a document, but yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Walker, you had your hand up.
It's just, You circulate the questions via email?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Theo, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, just wanted to note that there was the Vision Zero stakeholder meeting last week. I sent an email out to everyone just as the meeting started today with my notes and summary of that stakeholder meeting. In short, it looks like there's been significant improvement in serious and fatal injuries this year from previous years. And there are a number of projects that have been ramped up in number throughout the year. But there are some bottlenecks with further quick builds and improvements for Vision Zero. But you could find more in the email that I sent out to everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, and also there was a follow-up from a potential app dash cam for reporting vehicles parked in bike lanes. And I believe Commissioner Flores was sending more information on that.
Yep. And I did not do that. I will do that tomorrow.
And I should have reminded you by email, so my apologies.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, and we also have the adoption of the electronic policy.
Okay. Because we need to do that before the next meeting, correct? Which is going to be a virtual one.
That is correct. Do I need to pull it up? Do you want me to pull it up for you to vote on, or you think about it some more and just email me? Either way, it's fine.
What's the process for that? Is it a commission-wide vote or?
Last time everyone read it and there was a motion made to approve it and we just approved it. If you want to make edits to it that improve it, but at a minimum, stick to what's in the template, then you're fine. You can do that too.
This is the last in-person meeting though, correct?
This is the last in person.
So any edit, so we would need to discuss it now, right?
You need to discuss it now, or you can email me. We're already under, actually, no, that's not true, July. We do need to approve it tonight because we're under the new policy.
Correct. Well, can you please pull it up, and if anyone has any objections, just state them. Otherwise, we'll get this sorted out tonight.
Yeah, I'd read it and it was fine as far as I'm concerned. I'm ready to
Okay.
vote.
It's a standard one that we've been operating on, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to put Transportation Commission, insert that.
Just replace all. Does anyone need more time to consider this, or otherwise I move that we approve the what's the formal title of this?
The policy governing virtual meetings and remote participation in meetings.
Correct. Motion to approve the policy governing virtual meetings and remote participation in meetings.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Commissioner Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair Furman.
Aye.
Commissioner Sane.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Locker. Commissioner Ludlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Mendelson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Shannon.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
And Commissioner Theo.
Aye.
The ayes have it unanimously with 11 votes.
And Chairman Maranovich, you were in the process of drafting an equity statement for TC to edit and approve?
Still working on that.
Okay, I'll
Thank
leave it
you.
on the list. All right, and that concludes all that I have for the commission. The next meeting is all virtual and it is on November 21st.
Thank you. Yeah, or do any commissioners have updates from SBRCs or anything? Are there any, Ms. Obakoya, do you know if there are any SBRCs that we don't have someone assigned to?
There are a couple. Hang on, let me go to the list.
While you're looking that up, I can give a little bit of update on the Barcroft development. I attended an all virtual meeting for that last week. That's the huge development, affordable housing development down at the intersection of Columbia Pike and kind of South George Mason and 4 Mile Run. And there are numerous positive things happening in that development from a transportation perspective, but it's far short of what it could be, and that's because of aerial access rights for the fire department. And it's an issue we keep running into where we design our streets around the fire trucks instead of the fire trucks being designed around the streets. So, for example, there's a road on 4 Mile Run where the lanes are 13 feet wide, which is wider than the interstate. And but that's to meet the fire department's request. So that's that. But overall, that's a development that'll bring a lot of affordable housing to the county and is kind of unique in that regard and something to keep an eye on. Go ahead.
Right now, the Melwood site online engagement is open for comments. It closes on October 31st. That's Thursday. So if anybody, you don't have to be a member of the SBRC to comment. This is open to everybody.
Okay.
So if anybody's interested in commenting on it, this is your opportunity now.
All right.
Just to follow up on that, please do make comments. There's been a lot of public engagement and information circulating, and I think it would do well to have as many voices as possible.
Yeah. Thank you. That is also one of these unique precedent Senate projects in the county, I feel like, given the context that it exists in. So it would be good if as many people as possible provided their comment. Commissioner Shannon.
This is on a different topic. Going back to the MTP piece and collecting input from everyone on the meeting, what is the risk of saying they used Google Doc that and having that construed as a meeting?
The concern is, because this has come up before and it hasn't been tested, but it could be seen as being a meeting because everybody is contributing and it is effectively you end up having a dialogue. And the rule is no more than 2 commissioners together discussing anything substantive is a meeting under Virginia law. And it's something that would otherwise require a posting and a public posting that it is happening and allow public observation. A Google Doc is private, and if more than 2 of us are on there and we're changing things back and forth, that's a conversation, and it is substantive.
Sure.
So it could be considered a meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing any now, but I just want to confirm to make sure that there aren't any outstandings. This doesn't seem right. So I'll send you all an email
Okay.
with an update. And I think it might be my internet connection. I don't know. I'm not able to go to the page that has the site plans, but I don't see any.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I do see them. Okay, it's up. I have some of these. Please tell me if they're no longer active. Melwood Special
Yeah.
Is that one still active? Okay, I have Southeast Special Glup. That's Coleman.
That's been suspended. That's not active right
Okay.
now.
These are ones I have as outstanding, so I can check those, check that one. And then we have an opening for the Transit Advisory Committee. That's been open since Commissioner Price.
Okay.
What's the commitment on that?
I wouldn't know.
What was the question?
The
The
commitment.
commitment.
I can find out.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission. And that was once occupied by Commissioner Broche.
I'm looking at the Transit Advisory Committee. It usually says it usually meets every 2 months, not very specific.
Usually every 2 months. I can follow up still and
Yeah.
let you know.
If we could, would it be possible to send an email
Mhm.
with all of these vacancies, and then people can hopefully volunteer?
Okay. So shall I list them here or just send them out?
It's probably best just to send them out,
Okay.
and then we can do research on them.
That's it.
All right. Well, I guess with that, we can conclude tonight's meeting. All right. Thank you all for coming out. It was a relatively busy one. We've had a lot busier, but given how the last few months were going, this was a lot. Yeah. So, yeah, it could have, yeah, with Block W. So I guess we'll be seeing each other virtually next month for the final meeting of the year. Correct.
And the calendar will be sent out after that
All right.
for you all to review.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.